Hello. I am live. Whoa. Okay, so I'm just gonna code some on. I have this new project that I'm working on, and basically what I'm going to build is what is it? It's a scaffolding tool for React. So I'm gonna show you the design of the site first, I think. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So I want to build this cool tool for other developers, and so the project that I'm starting today is called Flow, and yeah, as I said, it's a scaffolding tool for React, and so the thing is, the thing I want to make is it's a command line interface, and a command line interface that you can use to scaffold React stuff, basically. So if you're using React.js, you can also use Flow for generating like starter applications, kind of like you know, you have that create React app. I know that's like the Facebook's official sort of starter command line interface. So it's gonna be kind of like you will be able to generate starting apps that are like sort of pre-built. So you can like generate a React app that like has authentication already built. So you can so it's like it's basically just a bunch of pre-built features, basically, and the thing about that is that if you are a coder and you're gonna build like a web application, it's really nice to have things like pre-built, like authentication, because it's like you know, stuff that you like always code, but you have to do them every time you start a new project. So I want to build. So I want the Flow to be able to like generate starter apps that can be really convenient when you're starting new projects. And also, I think like the biggest thing that I want Flow to be is I want Flow to be able to generate React components. So and so what I want to do is like I'm going to show you here in my terminal. So I want to be able to like build a command line interface that you can use. Like you can go Flow new my application, and you will put your name of your application. So that will generate a new application, and you can choose like different settings maybe. So maybe you can go like you can have a flag, and you can go like authentication, is pre-built, whatever. And so then you will get a starter app that has authentication with Firebase already built, so you don't have to build it your own. And there's a bunch of cool stuff that you can do like that. And also the like the components. So if you would like generate the component, you could go like flow make component, and then you choose the component. So say it's like a button component, you will write button, and then you would write your name for the component. So my button component, and then if you type that, Flow will create a React component that works like that has all the logic pre-built. So and it will be named the name you gave it, and the thing is that the sort of like the smart thing that makes Flow different from other like scaffolding tools, because there are a lot of scaffolding tools for React, for Vue, and all those JavaScript frameworks. But the thing is, like, when you generate components, like say that you have a command line interface that generates React components that are styled with like the Bootstrap CSS framework. What always ends up happening there is that you build your components, and then you have to like overwrite all the CSS for the component. So it's like, even though you have like a command line interface that generates components for you, it's still gonna take a lot of time to restyle all the components to make them suit your like, to make them look like you want them to look. So if you're gonna build like a custom interface, you always have to rewrite a bunch of CSS, which is it's really annoying. It's not annoying, but it's like it takes a lot of time. So so what I wanna try to solve that with Flow, and how I'm going to solve that is there's this framework, a new CSS framework called Tailwind, and the thing with Tailwind, maybe you have seen one. This I have explained this in one of my YouTube videos. But the thing with Tailwind CSS is that it's not like a regular. It's not a regular CSS framework. With Tailwind, you don't have like pre-built components. You only get sort of a pre-made or pre-style, I guess, CSS classes. So instead of having like pre-built components like Bootstrap, you would just have a bunch of classes available for you. And what you can do then is like, you can do background white, that will make the background white, and then you can do text center, will center the text, and you just like end up just adding a bunch of CSS classes, really. So basically with this CSS framework, you can like build really advanced and custom user interfaces, but you don't have to write any CSS at all. It's like in rare cases where you have like you're maybe building like something really like complicated, like a complicated component. You might have to write some of your own CSS, but really, like if if you're using Tailwind, it's you rarely have to write your own CSS. So what that means for my project Flow is that I can build React components and that are styled with Tailwind CSS. So that means that if if I like generate this component, for example, that will make my component in React, and it will be styled with Tailwind CSS. So and it will have a pre-design or whatever you want to call it. So it's like it's a it is styled for you out of the box, but the thing is that you can just go in and change these classes here. So if you generate the component, it's really simple to make it look like custom, like so it fits your design of your interface. And I think that would be really cool to do, because it will make like basically I just want to build this tool so I can use it myself, because it's like this is something that I want to have. I want to be able to, like, if I'm building a web application, I want to just I want to basically programmers, we are lazy and we want to write as little code as we can. So it would be really nice to be able to just like generate, when you're starting a new project, you just like generate the starter app first, and then you just generate a bunch of components that are like pre-built with and has a lot of like logic already pre-built. So and then you just change the CSS classes of those components, and then you have like your own custom UI web application. So I think that would be really cool. And what was I thinking about? Yeah, I think it's just it's going to be a really nice tool that I'm going to use myself, and I will publish it on npm as well. So if you are a developer who wants to use this project as well, you can just download it from npm for free as usual, and yeah, you can use it in your own projects. So and also like I'm gonna have all these starter apps that are like like a starting point for your application. But you can also use Flow. Say that you already have a React application. You can always just use Flow to generate new components for that application. So it's really nice because it will work. It will work both if you're building something from scratch, and also if you're maintaining a project that you already have built your own self. I haven't started at all yet. So I'm like, the only thing I have done so far in this project is the design, and also I built the logo in my last YouTube video. So that's everything I've done so far. So I thought that today I am going to start with. So there's basically, this project has like two sides of it. So there's the components and all the starter apps that I have to build first. So I can, I had to build the components that Flow is supposed to generate. And the second part is that the command line interface. So the actual like tool that you're going to use to generate the components and apps. And today I thought I'm gonna start on the command line interface. So I think that's a good way. It's good to start with the command line interface, because then I can make like a very small MVP or proof of concept, basically, that sort of creates a React application, and then can create components and put them in the React application. So so I haven't built a command line interface before, but I found this very good tutorial on this site, and so what I'm going to do is basically just go through this tutorial and sort of set up every step, and when we're done with the tutorial, we should have like a command line interface that works and can do a bunch of stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do today. And so I have decided that my application is going to be hosted on Firebase. So the application will live in the Firebase ecosystem. So yeah, so my app is going to be a Firebase cloud function, and that's basically like a normal Node app. So I guess I'm gonna start by setting up a new project. Well, actually, I already set up a new project here. So so this is my project here in Firebase, and I guess we are going to like make some sort of cloud function first, and then we can like hook it up to our terminal. We can have the Firebase command line interface, so we can like connect to our Firebase account. So I'm not really sure how we do this actually, so I'm gonna have to like Google some stuff. Firebase cloud functions tutorial. Yeah, this is the video. I think I have watched this before, maybe. Getting started with cloud functions. So let's see here. I'm just gonna check a thing. Yeah, the audio is good. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna like figure out how to set up a Firebase cloud function, and then we can get started on the actual command line interface tutorial. So let's see what what he says. Actually, do you have audio? No, you don't. Okay, there we go. Now we should hear my sound as well.
Hey, how's it going, Firebase developers?
Yeah.
My name is Doug Stevenson, Coding Doug on Twitter, and I'm here to get you started using cloud functions for Firebase. I'll assume that you already know about using Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web. Any mobile platform is okay, because we're going to start writing backend code for your Firebase app, so it doesn't matter which platform your app is on. Cloud Functions is part of the Google Cloud Platform, and it lets you write and deploy code that responds to events from Google Cloud services, including Firebase products that you might be using. With Cloud Functions, you can sort of glue together parts of your app that are built with Firebase. And all your code runs on Google servers, not inside your mobile app. So this is a great way to keep your application logic centralized and safe, all without having to manage your own servers. That's right, you don't have to set up any servers, scale them up or down to meet user demand, or do any maintenance on them. You just write and deploy code that responds to events. Some people call that serverless architecture because you never have to worry about or even know about the servers that are running your code. The way Cloud Functions works is like this. Your code is triggered in response to events coming from Firebase products. For example, writes to real-time database or Firestore can trigger a function, as well as file uploads to your cloud storage bucket. You can respond to new user accounts created by Firebase Authentication and conversion events in Google Analytics for Firebase. Also, you can respond to incoming web requests over secure HTTP. Now, There's a lot to unpack here, and it's more than I can cover in a single video, but I'll get you started deploying your first Cloud Function so you can experiment with it. And we'll do it in JavaScript running in the Node.js environment.
Right.
Actually, we'll do it in TypeScript, which is a lot like JavaScript, but much better. If you don't know TypeScript or JavaScript...
Actually, there is like a different tutorial. Maybe we should... It's TypeScript like it.
That's okay.
Matter, right?
Maybe now is a good time to start learning. And we do plan on supporting more languages in the... I also happen to be using, after you install Node, the instructions in this video are mostly the Firebase console with the link to Firebase project if you haven't done so already. You can create one at the Firebase console.
So we already have a project, and it's here. So now let's
see. The link in the description below. Next, you'll need to install Node on your computer. There are instructions for that if you go to Node.js.org. And Linux. Mostly the same for each node on the command line.
Okay, so
Version Manager, or NVM, to download and manage Node on the command line.
Okay.
Personally, I'm using this. You should get a recent version of Node and make sure it gets installed on any system like this. You can check the version of it as well. Have this if you've worked with other Firebase products on the command line.
Now
but
we
you should get the latest version to work with Cloud Functions and keep it up to date. So let's do that.
Okay.
You can install the Firebase CLI with npm like this.
Right. So Firebase CLI. So this will hook up our application or our computer to Firebase. So I'm going to install this with npm, and we should get, let's see, yeah, this is good. Okay, so let's install that, and that is probably going to take a while, as usual. And then we will do Firebase login. Okay. You should now have a globally available Firebase command available from any terminal window on your machine. Once you've installed the Firebase CLI, sign in using your Google account. Okay. Right. So what happened here? Did it install? I think so. Let's try it. So we can do Firebase login. Yeah, allow Firebase to collect anonymous. Sure, why not? It might help them. So now I'm logging in with my Google account. I'm gonna allow everything. Okay, so now now I'm logged into the CLI. So now I guess you can like hook it up to your application. You should be able to somehow. Okay, so I have the CLI. Okay, so now we can do Firebase init. So require project repository. You establish a project directory using the Firebase init command. The project directory is generally the same directory as your source control root. Yeah. And after running Firebase init, the directory will contain a firebase.json configuration file. Okay. So that's like that generates a Firebase app to, I guess, in the cloud. So it's like, so now I'm logged in to Firebase in my terminal. So I guess I could, I guess I'm just gonna go Firebase init. And that will start a new Firebase project. So let's do, so I'm in my code directory here, where I have all my other coding projects. So I'm gonna go Firebase init, and that should create a new Firebase project. Yes. You're about to initialize the Firebase project in this directory. Okay, so which Firebase CLI features do you want to set up for this folder? Press space to select features, then enter to confirm your choices. Okay. Okay, so which features do we want? We want to have the real-time database, yes. So that, and deploy rules and create indexes, sure. I guess we're just gonna do everything because we don't know what we might want in the future. So this is the cloud functions that I'm talking about. So that's what we want to do. And also we want the hosting and also the storage, so we can store some stuff in the database. So yeah, so we're gonna do all this. And now it is setting up my project, I think. Select the default Firebase project for this directory. Okay. I want to create, no, wait a second. Don't set up a default project. Okay, so I can do flow, okay. I think I want to create a new project, right? Because then I can name it however I want. Yeah, create a new project. So what file should be used for database rules? I don't know. Let's see here. So we did Firebase init. And the Firebase init command creates a Firebase JSON configuration file in the root of your project directory. Firebase JSON is required to deploy assets. Okay. I think I'm gonna see what he has to say here.
Be sure to use
so I'm not really sure about this one,
globally.
if we should
on
do
Linux, depending on how you have Node installed, you may have to run it with sudo
one
to make sure the installation completes successfully. When that's done, you can also check its version. Okay, now you have all the necessary software installed to do development with Cloud Functions. It helps to keep these tools up to date so you can stay on top. At the command line, I'm going to create and change to the directory I want to use.
Okay.
In order to work with my Firebase project, I need to log in with an account that has access to it. The command Firebase login will kick that off and open up a tab in Chrome. It's asking me for some permissions, and I'll allow it. Back at the command line, the next thing I need to do is run Firebase init to create some project scaffolding. When I do that, it asks me what I want to set up. Right now, I only want to set up functions, so I'm going to use the arrow keys and spacebar to select functions, and then press enter to proceed.
Okay, so I see. So since I picked all of these, I have to like select a bunch of stuff that I have no idea what they mean. But I guess this is suggesting database rules. So I guess we're just gonna go maybe I can actually, I can just press enter, right? That should like create the default ones. Yeah, good. Okay, so what happened here? Have you downloaded? Future notification. Okay. Firestore setup. No project active. Run with project or define an alias by running. So what happened there? Nothing. Okay. So I actually think we want to do the other one. So I'm going to I am going to create a directory called flow. Make directory flow. Yes. So now we have flow there. Now let's go into that folder, and here we can create the Firebase app. So let's do Firebase init again. Firebase init. Okay, and let's pick all of these again. And now we're going to pick this one, because this is the app that we have in the cloud, right? This is the project. So let's do that one. And we want that. Okay. Firestore setup. Okay, what file should be used for? Yeah, I'm just gonna pick the default ones for this. They should be all good. What language would you like to use to write Cloud Functions? I don't know. I don't want TypeScript. I want JavaScript. Do you want to use ESLint? Yes, please. Do you want to install dependency with npm now? Yes. So now it's installing all the dependencies. That will probably take a while, I think. So let's see here. So then it creates the project. So next, I guess we are going to serve it and see that it works. Serve and test your Firebase project locally. Okay, so Firebase serve should spin up a local server. Okay, what's happening here? What do you want to use as your public directory? Your public directory is the folder that will contain hosting assets. Yeah, to be uploaded with. Yeah, we want it to be named public, I guess. Configure as a single page app. Yeah, sure. Storage. What file should be used for storage rules? Sure, that's good. Okay, so now we have a project. So what can I see in the here? So, because this is like the dashboard. Okay, now we have a application. Where can I develop? Database. Oh, functions. Oh, also MLKit. They have like a bunch of machine learning APIs. So that's really cool. So that's maybe something that I want to use in the future. But right now we want to use Cloud Functions. But first let's just serve this application so we know that it works. So are we in? Yes, okay. Yeah, so now we have our application here. Yeah, so let's do Firebase serve, and that will boot up a local server. Okay, so localhost 500. So let's go to this in our web browser. And there we go. Okay, good. So now we have our application here. So that's working. And I am going to open this project in my code editor. So I'm going to have a new tab here. Actually, I want a new window. Or maybe, no, it's fine. So I'm gonna cd into that directory. Flow. Okay, so let's open this with my code editor. Here we have our project. Okay, so So here's all this storage. Okay, so this is like a bunch of config files, so like for storage and all these the database, like all the Firebase stuff. And here's the public folder. So here's like where we would have like images and like assets for the application. And here functions. So this is where I want to write my code, because this is like I think so. This is like the start of the application, right? So it's the index.js is like the the starting point where the program starts. So it's here I want to write my own code. So here I'm gonna write a bunch of code that basically makes it into a CLI, makes Flow into a CLI. So right now, this application is like a normal web application, but the Flow will be a command line interface. So we will use it in the terminal, just like we used like the Firebase CLI. So now we are all set up and ready to start, I think. Yeah, so that is working. Yeah, and now we should be able to look at this tutorial here. So I'm gonna close. We don't need that one anymore. It's actually easier to just read the documentation than to like watch video. Okay, so here I have this tutorial that I showed you earlier, and it's a tutorial for building CLIs with Node. So now I'm just going to like go through this tutorial, and we should be able to make sort of like a proof of concept program that can generate a bunch of so we want to what we want to do is to make all these starter applications for Flow. We want to have like a bunch of different GitHub repositories, and then we will clone them, the repositories, to the computer, right? To your local computer. So and then we will have, I think all the components will probably be stored in like a file storage. So we will probably have like storage. So a bunch of so we have storage with a bunch of JS files basically, which are React components, and then we are going to like download the JS files from here and put them on our local computer as well. So in the same way. So that's my plan, at least. And so, but first, before we can do anything like that, we need to install a bunch of dependencies that we are going to use. So you can see here is the you can build an application like this, and this application will use a bunch of different dependencies to make this happen. So you can have just like one dependency that you can use to make this nice graphics and stuff, and you can have like so user input if you had to like pick a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so we have to install like a bunch of these dependencies so we can build like a CLI just like this. So we already have, before we start we should do a Git repository so we can upload it to GitHub. So I'm gonna do that first, I think. So let's create a repository called flow, and the description. So this is, hi, I'm Flow, a scaffolding tool for React. So that is React. Yeah, that's good so far. Okay, and we want this to be public because it's going to be an open source project. And README, do we have a README in this yet? No, we don't. But you know what, we should create a README here, so let's not do that. Okay. And I think, yeah, we already have a git ignore here. That's correct. So we don't want to git ignore, and license. So we are going to do the MIT license. So that basically means, I think it's like you can basically do whatever you want with this project. You can copy it and expand it or whatever. I think you can do whatever you want, but you can't sell it to like other people. So you can't steal the project from me and sell it to someone else. So, but yeah, let's create this. Okay, so now we have our repository. So now I am going to let's do git init. So now we are in flow, yes. Or actually, maybe this is already a git repos. No, it's not right, because git status. Yeah. So let's do git init to create a git repository. Okay. So now we can do git status. And now we have these files here. Okay. So let's add these files. Yeah, or should we... we want to connect, right? Maybe we can do this first, actually. So git add, we're going to add all of those files. And if we do git status now, we can see that they are added. Let's do a commit and say first commit. Yes. Good. So now we are ready to connect our Git repository to this repository. So clone or download. Okay, like this is one of those things that I always have to I always forget every time. So I'm gonna Google for git add remote repository. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, git remote add origin. That's the command. So let's do git add remote add origin. And let's copy this link. And there we go. So now this should hook our local application up to our GitHub application or GitHub repository. Yes, is it working? I guess so. So, is there anything else? Oh yeah, we can verify to see if it worked. Yes, it works. Okay, good. So now that is done, good. And now we want to push our code to our repository. So I'm gonna do git push, and now we should have all the code here on GitHub. No? Oh wait, what happened? Warning, push is unset. Okay. Invalid username and password. Oh, maybe I had to... let's try that again. Oh, I had to do the... I thought I had this saved in my terminal, but I guess I didn't. So username is crash code and password. Yes, I think I know the password. There we go. Okay, so now we should work. Oh, maybe I have to log in first. What? Failed to push the refs. Upgrades were directed because the remote contains work. Oh, right. Can we delete this file? We shouldn't have created a license. So this is okay. What are we going to do now? Can't we like merge it or something? Yeah, can we just do git pull so we can merge the code? Yeah. So now let's do git status again. Okay. So do we have the license? I don't know. Let's try git push now. Oh wait, there is no tracking information for the current branch. Okay. So is this a new branch? We want to git pull remote branch. I thought we added this before. Set, if you wish to set tracking information for this branch, you can do so. Okay. So is it, if we do git branch, okay, so we're on the master branch. So I don't see the problem here. Why can't we just go? So now I think we should be able to push this. Git push. Or am I? Yeah, no? What? Rejected. Non-fast forward, failed to push on refs. Up this were rejected because the tip of your current branch is behind. Okay. Yeah, I know. That's why I want to merge the branch. Yeah, so I did a git pull. But it's not pulling the things I want, because we have a file in the repository, right? And now if I do git pull, we should get the file in here. Maybe it's the the remote thing. So we have to set up this first maybe, because it's ahead. So git pull remote branch. Okay, so we can do, so maybe we can do git pull and do copy this one. Maybe this works. Yeah, so now it's gonna merge the files. So I am going to insert nothing and quit, and I'm going to write and quit. There we go. So if we do git status now, the files are merged, so that's good. So now we have the license here. Okay, good. Okay, I got a little bit worried there for a second, but now we are all good. Okay, so now we should be able to push this to GitHub finally. Git push. Yes, it's working. And now we have this here. Good. So now we have a project here, which means that we can do the version control, and we will have all the code saved here. So now we should be able to start actually building the application. So let's see here. We are going to install a bunch of dependencies. So we already have a Git repository. And yes, so the application dependencies. So here's a bunch of like dependencies, like npm packages that are that we can use to like do cool stuff in the terminal. So like this, you can write like text and color the text, and like so you can make it really cool. So it's not like only black and white text, because that would be very boring. So so we're just gonna install all of these, I guess. Yes, it is. Additionally, then I have the REST client. Lodash. And that we want as well, the tool for running Git commands. So this we are going to use to this dependency we are going to use so we can clone other Git repositories and install them. So that will be sort of the scaffolding generation for the starter apps. So I'm just gonna go through these and just install all of them. So it's probably gonna take a while. So Shulk, what is this? Okay, so this is like a tool so we can color all the text in the terminal. So let's install that. And while that is running, I'm gonna go and get the next one. Clear. So this just clears the screen, yeah. Oh, so you can do this in your terminal. That's really good. So that we're going to install as well. And okay, good. Install that. And ooh, we can draw command line tables and spinners. Yes, I want to build a bunch of spinners. Okay, so just give me the what? Okay, let's install. Okay, this is going to take a while. Installing app.js Darwin. So actually, can I have like I guess I can have like a bunch of different windows, right? So I can like install a bunch of stuff at the same time. Or is that a bad idea, maybe? It shouldn't be, right? Because like, oh, anyway, now it's done, so, okay. Wait, it's not that one, right? We want this one. What is this again? Oh yeah, the spinners. Okay, now it's copied. So let's do the spinners. Yeah, let's install that too. And Figlet, this is the one that I'm really excited about, because with this one you can make a bunch of cool art like this in the terminal. So that one, it's like that's a good one. That's my favorite dependency so far. Okay, let's install that. And Inquirer creates interactive command line user interfaces. All right, so this is what we can use to do interactive stuff, right? So we can write a bunch of stuff in the terminal, and we can like pick between choices and settings and all that. So I'm gonna install that too. And minimist parses argument options. Okay, so that is if we have like if we have different arguments, like different flags, I guess. That can so like yeah, if we choose between maybe different types of components or something, or different starter apps. I don't know. Let's just install everything, and I'm sure that we will use it somehow. Okay, so this is also nice. Easily loads and saves config without having to think about where and how. So that means that we can have like a config for every user. And that should be good, right? So maybe I will have like I actually think that I'm gonna do a I'm gonna make it so that you have to like sign in. So you have to like sign up for Flow. So you sign up, and then you can sign in the terminal window, like we did with Firebase. So so I would probably have like a bunch of config stuff in the user in the database, probably. I don't know, but let's install this too. Okay. Install that. And additionally, we'll also be using the following. Okay, so this is like a normal REST, like a HTTP client, I guess. So I don't think I will need that because I'm using Firebase. So I think I will have like Firebase use their APIs. And we don't need Lodash. This we want, the simple Git, so we can clone repositories from GitHub. A lightweight interface for running Git commands. Yes, exactly. So let's install that. And touch, a tool for implementing. Okay, so I guess that we can make, like, create files with this, right? Because that's like, touch is the files, exactly. So we're going to use this dependency to create the starter apps, and then we're going to use the touch dependency to create the components. So this we are going to install. Okay, install that, and I think that's the last one. Yes, so now we have all the dependencies we need. So now we should be able to actually start to make something happen here. So, okay. So npm init, so we don't need to do that because we already have our cloud function. And we have already installed the dependencies. And we already have an index.js file. So now we should have all the, let's see here, package.json. Database rules. Lock this. Oh, this is one. Or is it? Add database, utils, logger, common, firestore. Okay, so this is like a bunch of stuff here. Okay. Anyways. So now the index.js file. Okay, so now we are going to use these dependencies and use them in our application. Okay, so what was this one? Shall, that's like color, right? Color, clear, and Figlet is the arts one. Okay, so there's a we have to set up this first, because now I think this only works. So I think we want to have Express installed, right? Or do we have to do that? Export hello world. Okay, so does that mean so is this like hello world? World. Yes, it is. Okay, so we want this to answer to everything. So I guess we want like I think it's called like a wildcard. And I don't remember how to set it up. So Firebase, cloud function, wildcard. Okay, let's see. Event parameters. Do we have that? We have the request. So hello world. User ID. No. Extend real-time database cloud functions. Here we have the documentation. So, okay. Oh, right. So we have like a file that we can specify, like the paths, I think. What is that called? Maybe this one. I think this is the one. Firebase JSON. Pre-deploy. Yeah. Storage, database. I think it's this one actually. So no Firebase, or is it? Can handle events in a Firebase real-time database with no need to update client code. Yes, maybe this is not the one I want, I don't know. Set event handler, which triggers when data is created, updated, or deleted. That's not, oh, it's not really what I want, I think. To control when and where your function should trigger. Yes, that's what I want to do. Call ref path to specify a path, and optionally specify database instance. If you do not specify an instance, the function deploys to the default database instance. Okay. So, okay. These methods direct your function to handle writes at a certain path within the database instance. Path specifications match all writes that touch the path, including writes happening. Okay. In either case, Fiber interprets that the event occurs at that path exactly. And then the event data includes the old and new data. Okay. So ref foo bar. You can specify a path component as a wildcard by surrounding it with the curly brackets ref. Okay. Oh, I see. So it matches any child. Okay. So I think we should do what we should do is do this, right? Ref. So that's the method. Then we can just do that, I think. So now this should trigger on all our routes to our application. So if I write something else here, it still works. Yes, good. So that's good. So now that is working. What is this? Create and deploy your first cloud functions. Oh, that's the documentation. Okay. I already have that here, right? Yeah, deploy. Yes. Okay. So we can delete that. And now we can start doing stuff in here. So now I want to require all of these dependencies. Up here. Yes. So this y. There we go. Okay, so now we require those. Save that. Why is this like a bit different color? I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so let's see here if we can do some cool art in the terminal. Okay, we're going to create a lib folder where we split our helper code into modules. Let's start with lib files. Yes. Get the current directory. Yes, that is really useful. Right. Check whether the directory exists to determine whether the current folder is already Git repository. Yes. So this is really good. So we're gonna create a bunch of helper functions that are basically like convenient methods that we can call when we do stuff in our CLI. So this sounds straightforward, but there are also a couple of gotchas to take into consideration. Firstly, you might be tempted to use the fs module method to get the current directory. Okay, this will work when we're calling the application from the same directory. But bear in mind that we're going to be making our console application available globally. Yeah, exactly. This means we want the name of the directory we're working in, not the directory where the application resides. Yeah, right. So for this purpose, it's better to use process. Okay. So, okay. So let's create that map in our project. We don't have a lib, right? No, we don't. Okay, so let's make that directory lib. And now we have the lib. And now we're going to cd into lib. And we are going to touch. Want to name it files.js. Touch file.js. This should create a file, right? Yes. So now we have this file here. And here we are going to put all the helper functions, I guess. So now we're going to use this, I think. So is this one of the dependencies that we... what is this? I have no idea. Secondly, the preferred method of checking whether a file or directory exists keeps changing. The current way is to use fstat, okay. These throw an error if there's no file, so we need to use the try and catch, right? Okay, makes sense. Finally, it's worth noting that when you're writing a command line application using the synchronous version of the source method, it's just fine, okay. Putting all that together, let's create a utility package. Okay. So, here we are creating something. So let's do this. So this is just like handy methods, right? So, okay. So let's sort of read this through so we can sort of understand what we are actually pasting in here. So we require fs, which is like one of the dependencies, I think. Yeah, and path. Okay, so, and that means that we can use a bunch of cool stuff in there. So, okay. Right, so now we have our get current directory base. So this is a function or a method for this file. Oh yeah, it's a function, so it's not a class. And that returns, so this function will return the directory that we are in, and this will check if the directory exists. So for example, if maybe if we have to know like what the current directory is. So if we go so if we want to do like flow new application, we have to know where on the local system that the user is actually in, so we can create so we know where to create the where to clone the Git repository. And also, if we're gonna create the components, we might do something like flow new component and then the name of the component here. So when we do that, we want to check so that the directory, so there's like a component directory maybe. And if there is not, we will create one for them. So yeah, so these methods are going to be very useful. So let's save that and this. Okay, let's close those. Okay, so go back to Node.js. Okay, so yeah, so now we're gonna include that file. So now we have all these like helper functions available in here. Okay, so initializing the node CLI. Hey, Lico Dose. How long was it that you wrote? I just saw your message. I'm so focused on the codes, I always forget to check like the chat and stuff. But yeah, Firebase is really awesome. I think that I think that Firebase, it was like kind of good before, but ever since Google bought Firebase, it has like become like a really awesome like sort of ecosystem. So now you can basically like build like full stack applications on Firebase and host everything, and it's awesome. So they have like all this stuff, and they have like machine learning APIs now. So so yeah, it's really cool. Firebase is really awesome. Yeah. So anyway, now we are going to create the CLI, and now let's implement the startup phase of our console application. Yes. In order to demonstrate some of the packages we've installed to enhance console output, let's clear the screen and then display a banner. Okay, so now we can do this right. We can do all this cool stuff here. So okay, so if we do this one, so if we go, wait a minute, but how do we like run the application in the terminal? So now let's implement the startup phase, okay? Yeah. Next up, let's run a simple check to ensure that the current folder isn't already a Git repository. Okay. That's easy. We just check for the existence. Exactly. So we want to check like, so if the user is using Flow in like their current project, like a project that already exists. So if they only want to use like the component part of Flow, we want to check this before, so that we can create like starter apps inside of like a normal project. So we're gonna go like, if we already have a Git repository, we are going to like block all the starter app commands in that folder. So we can do that by doing that, okay. Then we can prompt the user for input. I don't think we want to do that now. We won't have that now, I think. Maybe later, if we have a bunch of different starting applications, we can like prompt the user. So when we do if we do flow new and the project name like this, when we press enter, we can like ask them which do you want to which like starter app do you want to initialize with. So if we have a starter app that has already built authentication, we can like ask them, do you want to have scaffold authentication? And you can pick like, yeah, sure. So that would be useful in the future. Okay. You can test this all out by adding the following to index.json. Okay. So now we can run this. Credentials, await inquirer. Okay. So that checks for the Git repository, right? And then it logs the Git like user credentials, I think. Yeah. Okay. So that's cool. Okay, so let's do all of this. So we already added that, right? No? So let's take that and let's see here. So we want to yeah, so we're just, for now, I just want to make sure that all of this is working. So we're going to comment that out, and we're just gonna write all our code in here right now. And maybe, I mean, this is probably going to be a pretty simple application, because it's like there's not a lot of logic for the command line interface. Like most of the work that I will have to do for this project is on the front end, because I have to build all the starter apps, and then I have to build all the components as well. So this is like the easy part, I guess, or like not the easy part, but this is like the CLI is like the one that I will finish the quickest, I think. So I don't think it won't be that complicated. So I think we can just like write our whole program in here, and it will be totally fine. So I'm gonna paste that in. So this clears the terminal, and then we print this cool art with the Shulk dependency. So we can set a color here, I guess. And yeah, Figlet. Oh, okay, Shulk is like the coloring dependency, and Figlet is the like cool art that you can do. So if we do this and try to do if we try the run command, Yeah. Do we have that included already? No, we don't. So we want to include that or require inquirer, and then we can run our application in here, I guess. So let's see here. So we run our application like this. Oh, just hold on for a second. I want to, okay. There. So this, what is this here? Credentials. All right, so this gets like the Git credentials from the repository. So now, if we run this, how do we run it in the terminal? Oh, then run the script using node index. Cool. So that will just run the program in the terminal. Okay, let's try this out. So let's do this. Oh, sorry. Okay, so now this should start, right? No. Of course it doesn't work. Okay, throw error. So what is this now? Cannot find module. Okay. Alright, it's the wrong path. So where's that one? Okay, so we want to, it should go out one step, right? So it goes out to here, and then lib, and then files. Yeah, I think that's correct, right? Okay, let's try this. No? Cannot find code flow lib index. What? It's there. Why isn't it working? Let's do, can we get the path? Yes, lib, and then what is it called? Files. So slash files. And let's comment this out for now. Okay, so it does not work anyway. Module, throw error. Or maybe it's the, is there something wrong here? No. It's the path, right? Cannot find module. Flow code, flow. Oh, wait a second. So it's trying to, no, it should work, right? Code, flow, and lib. So this is the flow, right? And there's a map in there, directory called lib. And then there's a file that's called JSON or files. Maybe it's because it's not a module. It's just like or yes, it exports. It should export these methods, right? I wonder this, why it's not working. I'm not sure. So credentials. So it's trying to get this one, right? And it's not finding it. So if we do this, this should like run. No? What? Lib index. Okay, so I think that, okay, so maybe we have to put this one in here to the functions, right? Because it can't, I'm not sure if it can go out. I don't know. Let's try this. Now we have, so now we should be able to do, this, right? So we're in functions and we require lib and we go into files. So now it must work. No. Functions, lib, index.js. It's trying to find index.js. Do I have to put the file? Oh wait, now I get it. So when we do that command, node, what's the command? When we do the node, oh, we are trying to run the index file, right? So this means that we can, okay, so now I get it. Now I get it. Okay, so let's go back here. We had everything right from the beginning. It's just that yes, move that there. It's just because I wasn't paying attention to our directory. So now it goes up one level and then it goes into lib and files there, right? And we don't have inquirer yet, I think. So let's not do that for now. So, okay. Right. So why it didn't work before is because I'm in the wrong directory. So I need to go up into this directory. And now we should be able to run this properly. No. Fuck. It's going, wait, flow index.js. Okay, so it's like, okay. It's in the functions. Now it should work. Oh, good. Now it's we have a different problem, but that's good. That's always good when you get like a different error, you know that you're making progress. So okay. So it's trying to find clear, and it's there, right? So it's probably because I don't have this included, right? Or is it? I think so. Right, inquirer. Do we have that library? Oh, have we included that, or no, we haven't, so we need to do that. And files, we have files, yes. But we do have inquiry, right? So this is like the, okay. So this is the, is this the right directory? No, because that's not our own thing. It's the, like the dependency, right? So if we do that, I think we should be able to use this. So let's try that again. Cannot find module clear. Clear. So it's not here. Clear. So it's trying to clear. It's probably like we have forgot some dependency or something. So we need to figure out which dependency does the clearing stuff. Let's see here. Here, clears the terminal screen. So do we have that included? Yes, we do. So this is, oh wait, don't we have to do like this? Clear dot clear, maybe, right? Because this is like a method for this, from this dependency, right? Or am I wrong? Yes, I'm wrong. What is this? Clear. Clear. So let's just read this through. So maybe we forgot something. So we made our Git repository. Then we included all the dependencies. Oh, right. No, wait. We don't have the inquirer.js. Is that why it's not working? But this should still work anyway, right? Create a lib. Okay, so maybe we should do all this first to see what's lib files. Okay, that we have already. So, and they talk about all the things that you should not do there. Then putting it all together. Here's the files file, and that is exactly what we have in here, right? Exactly. So that's good. And now index.js, and then we require that file. Yeah. So now we want to initialize the node CLI, but this clear method is not working, and I don't know why. Do we have clear installed? Maybe we forgot to install that. I don't know. I think we have it. Let's just try to. Let's just do that. So see if, because that just clears the terminal, so it's not really like that important as of right now. Man, what? Cannot find module clear. Okay, so. Oh wait, hold on. Firebase config environment variable is missing. Oh, so it's the Firebase problem. Okay. So now I understand why. So in order to run this, I think we might have to like set it up with the Firebase config stuff. Firebase config environment variable is missing. Initializing Firebase admin. Okay. So let's see what the config looks like. So we have a bunch of different configs, right? So this is for the storage and the Firestore. So I guess it's the Firebase JSON, maybe. Rewrites. Yeah, exactly. So this rewrites. Yeah. So still like an env file here. Or is it this one? Yes, projects. Default. That's my project. Database rules. Right. Okay, npm run shell. Maybe we have to use the Firebase serve. Oh yeah, we probably do. Because it's like, because this is now like connected to Firebase, right? So so maybe we can't run it locally. Because so when we do Firebase serve, it will start up the server in the cloud probably. So on the Firebase server. Yeah, that's probably it, right? So let's try to instead of doing this command, we can use the Firebase CLI to start the application. So let's do serve, see if it works. Yeah, that was it, I think. But now the thing is, I want to run it locally, right? Because I want the because this we can only view in the browser. So this won't work. This will just like it will. I think it returns a bunch of. How do I open the console? Okay, so are we writing anything to the console? Yeah, we should log like a bunch. Oh, it's because we log can't do that in the console or in the yeah, okay. Right. So run. Let's try to log something different. Console log load. See if that works. No. Okay, so no. Okay. So let's quit this. How do we quit? Control C. Okay. So that just starts up the server, right? But we want to view it in our terminal. Maybe there's some other way we can do it with Firebase, because that's the problem. Because Firebase, it's the app that we are in now. It's not. It's on our. It's not on our. It is on our local machine, but when you serve the application, I think it is the local host. So it's weird that it. So let's Google some stuff. Let's Google Firebase. Firebase Cloud Functions. Command line interface. No. Okay, so let's do build Firebase. Build a CLI with Firebase. There must be some sort of tutorial for that, right? Yeah, here we go, I think. How to build command line app in Node.js. You can separate. Yeah, this is exactly what we want to do. So, what's happening here? Oh, my AirPods are they out of battery or something? No. Anyway, wait, what is going on here? Are we still live? I have to refresh this. Yeah, we're still live. Okay, good. It's fine. Okay, so this is what we want, right? We want to do a CLI app with the cloud functions. So let's see what these guys are doing. Google Cloud Functions, Firebase, Interactive CMD Shell. Yes, exactly. So you want a cloud function that can run in a terminal. Okay. So let's see here. Commander.js, and yeah, they are using inquiry.js as well. Okay, we'll use command.js for command line interfaces, query for gathering input. Okay, project set up. We have Node installed. We don't want TypeScript. No, not TypeScript. Okay, so we already have Shark. I don't think we have Commander. Or do we? don't think we do. No, we don't have commander, so that's probably like a dependency that you can use with Firebase somehow. Command line library for Node.js. So, and we already have that one. Then there's a spinner, bunch of stuff. So we're gonna install this first. So install that first before we do anything else. Install commander. And let's see here. Yeah. We don't want TypeScript. Questions, logic. So, okay. Right. So, cloud functions. So this is what we want. So we have already created a cloud function, and we already had a Firebase CLI, and we already had a project, so this is all done. And we don't want TypeScript. Okay, so now functions and admin, that's already included, right? I think. Firebase functions. We don't have the admin actually. So let's include that one. I don't know why we have to have it, but it's probably to sign in or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's just add it. So, what are they calling it? Admin. Yeah, but they're using the ES6, and I'm not in this project. So admin require Firebase admin, and let's put that here next to this one. Okay, so code the cloud function. Okay. So, okay, so here we have a bunch of methods. Okay, so here they create some functions, but I have, oh right, so that's like the helper functions that we already have in, so we already have a bunch of functions here. That should work. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay, so now we have the index, right? So in here we want to run the application. So I guess this is where try out the function we now need to deploy a project to Firebase. Okay. So we need to deploy it first because it won't work locally in our terminal, I think. So okay, so we not TypeScript. Okay. Right. The deployment is started and you should receive the following message. Okay. So let's just do that. Let's just deploy and see what happens. You might as well try out the following We need to deploy our project. Yeah, okay. So let's deploy our project. And it's happening, something is happening. Yeah. No. Is this the local server? Yeah. What's happening here? Deploying to, so it's trying to deploy, and it's trying to run that. And what's happening here? Parsing error. Assigning to R value. Okay. So is that like an ESLint thing? Right. So there is something that ESLint does not like in our index file. I think so, at least. Yeah, it's probably this one, right? Because it's... do we have to use... I think we had to use... I think ESLint... ESLint always wants 2 spaces with 2, right? How do I use... yeah? Okay, tab size 2. Because that's the, like, what ESLint is checking for, I think. So let's try that and see what happens. So now we are doing that, and like that, and like that. Okay, so now it's all clean and nice, and it's 2 spaces, which this one is as well, but not this one. Okay, so maybe it works now, but I'm not sure. So let's run that again, deploy, see what happens. Assigning to R value. Okay, so we get the same thing, so it was not that. Okay, so what is happening in here that I don't know. Let's look at this tutorial here. So let's just, you know what, I just wanna make it work for now. So let's just do this and see if we can deploy it like that. Right? That should work. I think it's working. No? ESLint. I should have never installed ESLint. What do you want? Okay, so prefix resource directory run lint. Okay, so let's just Google this and see what it means. So ESLint parsing error Stack Overflow. Okay, so values map. If your map function is the array prototype map, pass along parameters. Map callback. Oh, okay, so you get the R value error when you use instead of that one. But we don't have any of those, right? No, so it's not that. So let's check the next one. Oh, so okay, so I don't have the ES6 in my application. Right, ESLint. Or you know what? We could just don't have ESLint. Can we do that? Can we remove ESLint? Here, it's on. So this is okay. Yeah, so you know what? I'm just gonna say fuck ESLint. And so we don't have to deal with that. So let's run npm install, and ESLint should disappear now. And then we should be able to, what? Oh, I can't comment in this one, okay. Okay, so now it's working. So now it should remove ESLint, and our program won't care how we format our code. So, okay. So let's try to run this now. Is it working? Well, I don't know, kind of. Deploying functions. ESLint. Shouldn't that have disappeared, maybe? Maybe we have to remove that. It's like now, right? Because it's not finding any ESLint. Let's just delete that, okay? Let's see what happens if we do that. So, no. Join functions. Oh, right, so it's trying to run the lint now. Okay, so we need to change that. Where do we have this Firebase JSON? Yeah, so okay. So it's trying to run the lint, but now we don't have it. So let's just do this, I think. And now it should, now it won't try to run the ESLint. Hopefully. Okay, so now something else happened. Good. So that worked. Functions pre-deploy. Okay. Try Firebase deploy help. Functions, Firebase deploy only functions. So pre-deploy, rewrites. What does it say here? Functions pre-deploy error. Command terminated with non-zero exit code 1. What? npm? What is happening? Because we removed the ESLint, right? Maybe we should just have done this instead. So now we already deleted the file, so but I guess it will create that again, right? Let's try to do npm install again, and then try to run the deploy. Okay. So let's try now. It probably won't work. Pre-deploy error. It's something with the deploy thing. But I just wanna like try now to what happens if we run it like we did before with Node? So like Node so we need to be in the functions map, the directory, right? What? Oh, we're already there. Okay. Yeah, so let's try Node index.js. See what happens now. Yeah, right. Static clear again. Okay. So that's why we are okay. Install ESLint. What was the error here? Something like the deploy only functions. Command terminated with non-zero exit code. Let's just Google this and see what it might be. Firebase. Okay. All right. Okay, so right, normally I would expect to be able to place quotes around the whole thing to keep the space from being interpreted that way. So I tried this and it worked for me. But that's what we have, right? But we removed the lint just because we didn't want to do that. Run lint. Now it's exactly the same, right? Yeah. Pre-deploy. And if we do that, it still doesn't work. Oh wait, what? This it wasn't this one. Deploy. Yeah, exactly. So we don't want that. But this should be working. You know what? Let's just do this and see if we can get some help from the deploy. Only. So that... Oh wait, hold on a second. Prefix. So... yeah, that's what we have. But what is... only deploys to specific... Okay. What is different here? Oh, so they are different. Okay. No? It's the same, right? Yeah. Prefix. What? I don't see it. Pre-deploy, that's the same. Same. npm. Prefix. Oh, right. It's that one. The percentage marks. And we don't have that anyway, so... Oh, right, so we should add those. And for some reason that makes it work. So let's just try it. I have no idea what it means, so this should be really good. So let's try to run it now. npm run deploy. Come on. Hey, I think it worked. Or did it? Yeah, I think it did. So now it's trying to run that command. And what is happening here? Functions pre-deploy error. Command terminated with non-zero exit code. 1. Is that the problem that we had? Yeah, it still doesn't work. But we got like a different error now, right? Firebase deploy only functions. So, but this did something, I think. Let's try to Google this one instead. Is that the one we had before? Yeah. So it didn't work. No answers on this one. GitHub. Trying to replace Firebase. I'm getting the error. Yeah. So Do you have a build script defined? Do we have a build script? No. We just have pre-deployed. So functions, pre-deployed. And this is, what is this doing? So see how you have the scripts like lint, serve shells in your package. You need to add one named build. Otherwise, how would npm know what you want to build? Okay, but why isn't that already included? Because that should like run out of the box, right? Run build. Oh, because that. Oh, okay, so because he's trying to build, but that's not what we're doing here. We only do this one. So that's not the same problem that we have. Let's check this one. Oh, was that the same one? Wait, yeah. Hi, Firebase developer. Okay. Yeah, so this is what we are facing as well. Okay. What platform is on? Could you also run debug? Okay, so npm installed. Okay, so it looks like this might actually be a bug in the Firebase source code. So it looks like we have to install like a different like branch or something, not a branch, but like a different part of the repository or something. Let's just try this and see what happens. So this is installing like some fix, I think, from Firebase, like a bug fix. I think, I'm not sure. And it's probably gonna take forever. Yep. So hopefully that fixes the problem and we can just continue on this here. So when we run deploy, it should deploy to Firebase, and then we should be able to view it in the browser. And what's the next thing here? So it's a node environment, right? Okay, so that's the deployed thing. So now they're adding a bunch of stuff, and then they deploy it again. And how are they running the application? That's my question. Are they running it in the same way as we are doing? Let's just try to deploy it now and see if it works. Okay, please work. No, it did not work. Deploy only function. Installing the tools on GitHub as opposed to instructions on the site. Just copy these files, node modules, into resource dir file and then deploy. What? Okay, so what's the resource directory? So we added those things, but it didn't work. And now this is saying that we should copy the node modules and the packages onto resource directory file and then deploy. So what is the resource directory file? I guess, oh, right. Oh, I get it. I think I do. So let's delete those ones. Because now it's trying to get this and then try to run the package JSON, right? So now this hopefully will work. Maybe. Call. No. Non-zero exit code. That exit code. So node modules and package JSON should be in that. Okay, so this doesn't feel right because he's saying that we should move. Oh, right, but no, because he says that we should move this one and the package JSON to out of this directory, right? That's what he means, right? Resource directory. Go to locations where you install Firebase and try node modules. I have same problem, running npm install, not fix my problem. Can you run the commands separately? Same problem. So for each person that's lying on this issue, please open a separate issue. Since each case is unique, it may not be related, okay? For me, change this to this, fix it. Okay. Yeah, that's why I was thinking that maybe we should do that, because it's trying to find, so it's here, right? Where is it? Oh, it's here. So it's trying to find, I guess it's trying to find where did it go now? Where is package? No? Firebase JSON. Am I blind now? Dependencies. What am I doing? Firebase, JSON. Okay. Yeah, so what I was thinking before was that so it's trying to this file is here, right? So it's trying to run the index, right, or deploy it, but it's in this folder. So I actually thought that maybe we should do that. So we replace that with just functions instead, because this is like this gets like the current directory, I think. So let's try to do functions, because then it will go into functions and then probably find these files. And that seems to have worked for him at least. So I hope that this works. Okay, please work now. No, it did not work. Okay, so that was not our problem. Because he just changed that one to functions. And yeah. So, okay, so they're actually talking about, right, this issue is not like, it's very different in each case. And yeah. Weird. So he is writing this, yes, functions. Yeah, exactly. The real problem seems like Firebase tried to use resource directory for an environment variable around the project to find the folder name of the functions. Yes. Not sure why it does not work as expected, but it's better to have someone report this bug. Yeah, it's some weird bug that Firebase hasn't fixed. This is a known problem with the Firebase CLI 3. You can fix this on your own machine by editing Firebase JSON at the root of the project and replacing resource directory with. Okay, so we tried this before, but that didn't work for us either. The former is the Unix syntax, way to use an environment variable, whereas the latter is the Windows command. Okay. But only on Windows. But didn't we try that before and it still didn't work, right? I think we already tried this before. Whoops. Okay, let's just try it. It probably won't work. No. So what's so annoying is that this problem is like a bug that no one seems to have fixed, and I don't know what to do about it. We're not on Windows. Let's see this one. Platform. But we are not on Windows, so this shouldn't be our problem. Right. Three different comments. Please read all of them. Oh, maybe, let's see here. Hi, we need to improve our error messaging. Ensure that your Firebase JSON has source in the functions object and it indicates the source directory for your functions code. Okay, so let's check this. So Firebase JSON should have this one. So functions source. We don't have that. So that might be our problem. So let's add this here. Functions. Yes, and source. Okay, so let's add source and functions. Right. So that probably, because the bug is that it tries to, so now we can delete this, I think. So the bug is that it tries to like find the right place or something, but it doesn't. Okay, let's try this now. So is it right now? Source, functions. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. No, maybe let's put those back as well. Source functions. Okay. Okay. So, hold on. Oh, I just forgot this one. Okay. Let's see here. Come on. Oh. No. It's the same error. So, this sucks, right? Source functions. We're missing a comma after. Yeah, we have the comma. Oh. We have that. Okay. Okay, so this is not helping at all. Let's just think here. So it's in the functions, right? And now it's trying to do this, right? It creates this thing. Let's try functions again. Source functions. It seems like that does not do anything, because it creates this here. Oh, something is, no? Oh, it didn't work. E-life cycle. Okay. So that did not work either. Pre-deploy. Okay, so let's just see here if we have read everything. So it wants to it should go into the functions, right? Can't we do prefix? So that's this directory. And we want to be in the functions directory. Do we have to do like that? Functions. And it will find the functions. Map of directory. Maybe. Probably not. No. Get cannot read properly. Get of undefined. Get of undefined. So it's trying to run this command, right? Oh. So it's trying to make directory. Okay, so it shouldn't make this directory, right? It should, yeah, it should make the directory, but they should make make the directory inside this one, I think. And I don't know why it doesn't want to do that. So now it's running that command, and that does something. That creates that one, I think, or this one. Yeah, it creates that one. Let's delete this. And okay, so prefix resource directory. Okay, so now it's doing something else. Specify configs or the command line via npm command key value config info. Okay, functions pre-deploy error. Only functions. Only functions. Fail at the functions deploy script. I know what, I'm not actually sure what. It's so weird because this seems to be a bug in the Firebase command line interface that they like haven't fixed because they are lazy or something, I don't know. So maybe we should I'm actually gonna read here and see what read the tutorial and see. So they're deploying this one, the cloud function, and that's the problem for us. So then they are defining the logic, and there we have our own logic. We have our arguments and stuff. And we have that one as well. Query error. So make our app a shell command. Okay. Now that our tool is complete, it is time to make it executable like a regular shell command. Yes, you know what we might, what we could do is that maybe we should move on from the Firebase deploy thing for now, and I can sort that out later. And maybe we should try to do this instead, so you can run it locally at least. So I'm gonna try to do that. Okay, so now that our tool is complete, it is time to make it executable like a regular shell command. First, let's add shebang at top of the contact, which will tell the shell how to execute this script. Okay. So, commander. What is that? Shebang. All right. Where is that? Let's add it to the top. Okay, so that does not concern us, I think. So they're using Commander. Do we have Commander installed? I think so. Commander. Okay. Okay, so we have added a new property named ping, in which we have provided the name of the command from which contact.js will be executed. We need to compile our scripts to JavaScript. Okay, that's good because they are using the TypeScript for this, but we are not, so that's fine. So can we maybe run the build command here? We don't have a build command, right? No, we don't. Contact. Okay, here's the source code. So we have Shulk, we have inquire, and we have. Do we have Commander? No, we need to import that. But yeah. So okay. Oh, so here they have all the like functions. Okay, so you can use Commander like this. Command add contact. And what does that do? That uses like a method in the logic, I think. Alias A. Description add a contact action. Console log. Okay, so let's try Commander. npm Commander. I think we already have that installed, right? Let's just install it just to be safe. Install Commander. And then I'm just gonna close that one as well. Okay. Then we should be able to use these methods here. So let's import it first. So let's do const commander require a commander, right? Yes. And now we should be able to use this. Okay, so let's try to so they import actions. Okay, so this is like a description of the commander command, and then they do actions, add contact. Okay, so we should be able to do something similar to this with our code. So we can do commander, oops, So we have all our logic here. So we should be able to do get current directory base. Action. Console log chalk yellow. Okay. Include prompt. Oh, so this is a prompt. Okay. Then it does actions. So we want to do files. Maybe we should change that name later. I don't know. So we want to do files dot that one. Right. And now let's see here. Is there a run command or something? Parse. Process argument slice. Okay, so these are all the commands. And then we have to have this, I guess. Is that just if we have arguments? I don't know. Let's try. Then what is this file? Oh, so this is the logic file. Yeah. And this is, okay, so that's that one. Okay, so I think we should be able to do this now. I have no idea. Let's just try to run this and see what happens. So let's run node index.js. See what's going on here. Okay, so you can find module clear. So maybe that is not installed. npm clear. I'm sure we have this installed, I don't know. Let's just install that and see if that changes anything. Okay. Okay, so that worked. Okay, good. Okay, so now we have this problem again. So, warning. So this is just a warning, right? So this shouldn't be a problem. It's just the config that they are informing us about. So, type error, exports.ref is not the function. In the index, export.ref. That is not the function. What? That was working before. Right? dot ref. I'm sure that that was working before, because it works in hold on. So this is still running on localhost. Okay, so it's not working. Is it because it canceled or something? Let's try to serve it. Okay. It doesn't work, but it worked before. That's super weird. Exports. Ref functions. So you know what? Let's just not care about the commander things for now. Ref. So they say that exports ref is not the function. Why isn't that the function? Let's try to Google this one. Type error. That's super weird. So let's just not care about that one. And okay, so there's localhost. Let's check this one. It's not what you're looking for. That's the builder for listeners. You'll want to use event data.ref. Okay. Event data. Yeah, I think I saw that somewhere. Here, right? Yeah, so you have to do database.ref. So we want to do, I think we want to do the event data. So let's try event.data.ref and see what happens. Okay. It's working. No. Can't read property data of undefined. What does it say here? Default database instant. Okay. Trigger database function. Event data. That's like extend. No, we don't want that. Serve and test your project. So we have done all this. To emulate HTTP functions, use either the following commands. Okay. So to emulate HTTP functions only. Firebase deploy. What was the wildcard thing? Was it this one? Wildcard here. So you can specify a path as a wildcard, right? Matches any child of foo. Yeah, so we have that here, right? So let's not care about that. And we have rewrites source. Paths with wildcards can match multiple events from a single write. Ref foo or matches any child of foo. Yeah. That is weird because it's saying that ref is not the function, right? It's not a function. Why is that not a function? You ref. Because this was working before. I am so confused. Functions. Oh, we need to add it here, right? Right. We need to add it. So, yeah. Here we go. So, functions. So we need to add our own function, exactly. So we want to call that ref. And it should do the star, right? And that like takes a wildcard or something. Right? Let's try. There was an error. Okay. 12. Where? Oh, it's that one. It still says that ref is not a function. Or maybe we okay. So what is the function? No, this is not right. Firebase ref wildcard path Firebase function cloud. I think I watched like a tutorial on this not long ago. Cloud functions. It's the Firebase like CDN tutorial. Maybe it's this one. Let's do it. So we have the tools. So we already did that before. Let's skip this. Maybe this isn't the right. Maybe it's this one. Node apps. Crash course. Yes. This is it. So here he uses express timestamps. Oh, right. So that's how he does it. So, right. Yeah, so that was called Hello World before. Let's see if this works. It looks like it's... no? You know what we should do? We should probably just like do like redo everything that we did. Because this was working before. Then we did the admin. Right. So this was working before, I think. So let's try to serve this. Fail to load function source code. Oh wait, this is because we have like maybe not. Let's just try to, yeah, let's try to do like he is doing it. So here he has like the function there, and then he does the thing here, and then he can like do. But the thing is that we don't really care about the routes, right? Because we are just doing a command line, CLI. So I don't really want to serve it. I just want to. Let's go back even more. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back. Back. Now here we go. Look at this. Okay. So now this should be working, because this is like the like what you had all from the start. Seems to work. Yeah, it's working. Oh yeah. Okay. Wait, this is the wrong. It's 5,000. Okay, so okay, good. Ooh, good. Oh, I'm like this is just one of those things that I've been just like been going around back and forth in this project, and I'm like, I'm not sure what I'm even doing anymore. Okay, so what we want to do here, so we want to, yeah, exactly. So we are going to pull in all these dependencies. Then we try to run it, but I guess it didn't work or something. So let's just try and get all these dependencies up here. Save. And then we have the helper methods. We have those in here. So we have those in the lib, right? So let's see. So that's the lib files, yeah. And now we should require this in our index file. And it needs to go out one more, I think. Because we're in the functions now. Yeah, so it should go out one step and then into lib files. Right. So what we tried to do was this, but something did not allow us to do this. So we have Figlet, we have Chalk, so then we should get this cool thing, right? So the output from this is shown below. But how do we run this? With Inquirer, right? So we want to require that one. Why is it going to the lib? Isn't that kind of weird? Shouldn't it just be like that? And we should run this. So let's try to, okay, so now we can try to run credentials, query, ask GitHub credentials, right. So now I think we should be able to run this with this node index.js. So okay, so let's do node index.js and see what's going on. Oh, the Firebase admin is missing. Const admin require. Okay, so let's try it again. Environment variable is missing. Oh, do we have to what? Firebase config environment variable is missing. Initializing Firebase admin will fail. So where is the config? Indexes. Rules. I'm gonna try to do this. But that's just a warning, right? So it should still like run the program. I'm gonna check this out, see what it might be. Oh, I lost my Wi-Fi. Hello, am I back? I'm back. Hello. I think my my internet connection I lost the internet connection, but I'm back now. Okay, good. We're back. Or are we? Yes, we are live, right? Yeah, we are back. Okay, good. Sorry about that. So yeah, the Firebase config. Let's look this up. Okay. Require admin. All right. So we need to initialize the app then. But if we run the app on, it's still running in the browser. So it is running. Do we have to have the admin? Or is it just... let's just try it and see what happens. So, let's remove these ones. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what happens here. So we don't have a database now. So can we just not have that one? I'll try see now. If we still get the warning. Oh, so it oh, okay. Sorry. You know what? I don't think this has anything to do with it. It's just like a warning that says like, okay, you have to have admin. But the program should still run, right? So, okay. So what are we doing? Okay, so we're not logging anything, are we? Log credentials. That should actually log something. Oh wait, is it because I want to are we using the inquiry? Oh, so we don't have okay. But this should work now, right? This should log like a yellow thing. Nothing is happening. Why isn't anything happening? Can test this all out by adding the following to index.js. Oh, maybe it's not actually So this is just like the Firebase server, right? Like the yeah. So can we try to put this? Let's delete that. And what happens if we do this? Because Firebase have all their stuff in here, right? But that's for handling like requests to the server. We're not doing requests, we are just like running the file in the terminal. So maybe if we have it like this, it makes something. Oh, it works! Woo! It's actually working. Man, that took a long time, but it works now. Okay, so this is cool. This is cool. So now we can do all this like art here. And I have one that I saw. There's like different types you can choose from. So this won't work because we don't have that yet, but so now it works, right? Reference run is not defined. Okay. Anyway, so let's comment this out for now. And just do this and see, this is still the same. Okay, so now it's not working at all. Okay, so we have to run that, but then it will run the other code, right? No? Did I save it? Yeah, it's working. Okay. What is the run thing here? Run is not defined, but it works, right? Or is that not? That isn't that working? Okay, so now it works. Oh right. Oh, okay, I know. Right. Okay, cool. So now we're going to go do some fun stuff. So this is called, this dependency is called something. What is it called? It's called Figlet. And Figlet, I'm just gonna close all this stuff now. We can close that, we can close that, and yeah, let's have the server up here. Okay, cool. So Figlet, you can do like all this cool art in the terminal, and they have like a bunch of different that you can choose from. So here you can like find some, and I was browsing through this like a couple of days ago when I was doing a bit of research for this project, and there's something called, I think it's like blocks, and it looks kind of like those you know, wood blocks with letters on them that kids have to play with. So, but these are so many. Can I just search? No. So we want to do flow, right? But the font should be like blocks. Yes. Look at this one. This I like really much. So I'm gonna use this one. So blocks it's called. what is that called now? So blocks, how do we use this? So that's the text, and then this should print that. But how do we set the font? Text, font, okay. So it's like this. Exactly. So we want to have default. So we want to have, okay, so it's the second argument, it's the object. So what, okay, here, Figlet. Oh, here's the, here's that one. So we can do font. So let's actually do this nice now. Okay. So it looks pretty as well. Okay, so let's do blocks. What was it? Yeah, blocks. Blocks. And now it should look like the blocks instead. Boom! That's really cool. So let's do, it's gonna say flow, because that's our name for the CLI. There we go, flow. But I want it to be maybe a bit rounder. Character width and height default. Full maybe. I'm not sure what we should do. What's the difference? Horizontal layout. Figlet. Horizontal layout, default. Text sync, what is that? Okay. So font, string. Oh, we have kerning as well. That's cool. Okay, cool. So that works. That's really cool. So now everything is going really well now. Use Go. It's going really well. I just like sat here for like a couple of hours and it didn't go anywhere, but now it's totally working. So I'm really happy now. So now we want to change the color of this, because in Flow, my design here, we have the red color, right? So I want to have the red color for this as well. And we can do that with some other dependency. I think it's Shulk, right? So with Shulk, you can like color things. So we can use it like this, and we call the color. And I guess you can set like specific, yeah, hex colors. So let's try to do that. So we can, how are they doing it here? They are doing prompting the user. Okay, then they're running the inquiry. That's the like when you collect data, collect input from the user. Okay, so I guess we can just like so we log, and then actually this is, I need to fix this. So there and there and there. Okay, cool. So I think we could do the coloring here, right? Oh, we do the coloring, right. Okay, so we want to do the hex color. Right. So is that like so you can put many arguments here, I think, probably. So we can do the color here, and then that one, maybe. Let's try it out. So what happens if we do this now? It's not working. Okay, so let's check out the Shulk. So, okay, bold. Figlet, flow. So where do you put the text? Keyword, orange. Okay, I see. So we should do that one. And okay. So let's do that. And then we can add a text afterwards, I think. So we can do this. We can do that. Let's put that around it. Like this, right? Is it? So that's that one. Yes, that should be right. Maybe this will work. Whoa, it's working. Alright, so now we want to have the color for the flow in the design here. So I'm gonna grab this color and now this is gonna be really exciting, because now we are slowly but surely making progress. Okay, so look at this now, guys. Boom. So now we have sort of like the, you know, the branding in the command line interface as well. So that's really cool. So, okay, so what's the next step here? So this is working. So now we want to have some commands. So we want to like, okay, cool. Let's close this one and okay. So now we can do this inquirer, and this is like asking the user for some input. And so let's do that first. So let's do this file. Oh, I missed the first one. Okay. Right. So let's make a new file here called, what do they call it? They call it inquirer.js. Inquirer. Okay. Where did it go now? Okay, new file. Inquirer. Is that right? Inquirer. Yep. Rename, please. .js. Okay. So, and we need this one as well. Okay, so this is going to ask the user for a bunch of questions. And when we do this, we can run it. So we have that file there. And then we can do this thing here. And we just need to require that file. So const okay, we have it there. So require, so it's going out one step, right, and then into lib and then require. Okay, so now we should be able to like ask the user for inputs here. No, it's not working. It's something wrong. It's in the index. Have we messed up somehow? Oh, we're missing. We're missing that one. Okay. What? Now I'm really confused here. So that's the figlet. Okay. It's one too many, right? Okay, so that's that one. Okay, and then we have this one. Okay. And then oh, I see. I have to do this. Now we can run it down here. Probably. Let's try it. Oh, cool. So now it's asking the user for like input. So I can enter your GitHub username or email address. I can put like Chris, like that. Enter your password. It's hidden as well. And look at that. Now we can access what the user put in. So that's really handy. So we probably want to ask the user like what type of starter app do you want to have? So we can name this starter app. Is it input? Then we can ask them like what starter app do you want? And then we can show them a bunch of we want to show them a bunch of options, right? So okay, but this is working really good. Then you can store a config. As I said in the beginning of the stream, I probably will have a bunch of configs on in the database, probably on Firebase. So okay. So now they're doing like a GitHub thing. Okay, so are they signing in with GitHub maybe? I just want to do, I want to create like, I want to be able to write like flow, do this, you know, like your own command. So that's what we want. So let's figure out how we can do that. So this is like some authentication with GitHub they're doing. Okay, so here we can create a repository. So we want to clone a repository. So we can just like use that dependency to do that. Okay, but I want the where you can pick like one option. What is that called? It's like parses argument options. Or what? I want this one, where you can pick from like a bunch of stuff like that. How are they doing this? That it looks like it's like in the end of the tutorial, right? So let's see here. Putting it all together, okay. So they're doing a bunch of GitHub stuff. Okay. Okay. That's the Git thing. Here we go. Oh, it's a checkbox. So it's just a different type. So we can do type checkbox. And then okay. So let's copy this instead. So questions. There we go. So this should give us a checkbox. Right. Let's try it. So I want to quit this. Okay, let's run it now. Oh, there's something wrong here. Okay, so okay. Oh, we have one too many, right? I think. Yeah. So this should work. Why is it doing 4 spaces now? Spaces. 2. Thank you. Okay, let's try this now. What's happening here? Questions. What is going on here? So we run that, and we have this one, right? Oh, do we have to do ask ignore files? No, that's not. Why do we have that one? Module exports. Okay. Let's just copy all of this. Try to. Okay, so we have one too many there. Okay. Now let's paste this. Now this should work. No, it's not working. Oh. What? That one there, that one there. Boom. Which file? Oh, the inquirer. Yeah. Files. What line is it on? 18. What? Unexpected token. In the inquirer file. We're here now. What? I don't see it. Because that's one. Is it because I'm not sure? Oh, we're missing one. Okay. Now it should work. Let's just clear this. Okay. File list is not defined. Oh, I don't have that. So message. Let's do that. Maybe choices. Okay, we have to have choices, but can we just like do that like manually? Hello? So let's exit that and clear. Okay. What was it before? File list. Why is it called file list? Choices. Where is that coming from? File list. Okay, ask, ignore files. So let's check out the documentation for this one. Let's see. Somewhere up here. It's called Inquirer. Documentation would be nice to have. npm Inquirer example. Okay. Commander.js. Okay. So let's see how they do it. Sugar. Constant. I want to see how to use the checkbox list or the choices. Here we go. So choices, values dot served in. Oh right, so can we have that in like an array or something? Right, export types like this. So we can do that, and then we should be able to use it like that, right? So let's do this one, types, and then do types, or what, values dot serving. Yeah, so let's do types See if that does something. So let's run it. No. Dot types. Why can't I do that? Maybe we don't have to export it. Are we live? Are we live? Hello? Hello, hello? Is it working? Hello, 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 hello. What's happening? What's going on? Oh man, oh man. Hey guys, in the chat, can you hear me? Can you see me? I'm not sure if it's working. Hello, can you see me? Okay, so we're live again. Sorry about that. I lost my internet connection. What is going on? Are we back? Hello? Can you hear me? I think we are live again. Yeah, now we're live. Sorry about that. I lost my internet connection again. But now it should be up and running again. Okay, good. Okay, sorry. So, where were we? I was doing something here. I was trying to... I was trying to make the question thing work. Because we want to ask the user to select an option. So I want to have an array. Let type equals. Is that not working? Let's run it. Okay. So maybe we can just do this one directly in here. So it's an object in there. And let's see. Okay. So maybe we're just going to do that. That's right. So we can pick one. Right. Okay, now that does not work. Can we do that? Maybe. Let's just have this one. So it's choices espresso. Will it show anything now? No. For each is not a function, okay? Choices. Is that like an array we should put there? I think so, right? Because this is... Okay, so it's an array. Maybe this works. No, default. Unexpected token default. What? On line 12. Oh, we forgot the comma there. There we go. So look at this now, guys. Now we can pick from these ones. So that's exactly what we want to do. So here we are going to ask what type or which starter app do you want? And then we can have like the default, and then we can have like an authentication, like Firebase auth. So that's like a pre-built authentication authentication app and stuff like that, right? So if we start this, we can ask the user which starter app do you want exactly, and I can pick. So we can pick, like, if we have one starter app that is default and that one, you can do like this. Oh, actually, you shouldn't be able to pick like that, maybe. Yeah, default. Okay, so that's already picked, so you shouldn't be able to pick multiple ones though. But yeah, anyway, it works. So good. So that is sort of like if you are you want to pick a bunch of different stuff. So maybe that will be good for maybe that can work for the components actually, because then we can do like we can have the components here, right? So we can have like a button, and we can have a like shopping cart component, maybe shopping cart, and then we can have maybe like a I don't know, a card component. So then when you do like flow new component, you can run that command, and that will start this one, and then you can like pick which component you want. So I say like, okay, I want this component, I want this, I want this, and then we can generate all those components for you and put them in your project. So I think that would be really cool to do actually. So let's keep that as it is now. Shopping cart and card component. What is this default? Alright, default is button, maybe? Is that like the start thing? Yeah, so that's the one that's like the picked. Oh, cool. This is actually turning out pretty good. So, and then we get that returned, right? So we know which ones they picked, so return prompt questions. Exactly. So that's good. So now when we can do something with the return. So then that's an array. That's an an object with an array in it. Cool. Name. So this should be like starter app. So we do that, and we can pick all we want, and then we know like, or actually no, component. Component. So you can pick multiple ones here. So you can do like that, and you pick like your components that you want to generate, and it returns that. So what we want to do with that data is to we want to take that data, and then we're going to have like a data. We're going to store all our components in Firebase, and so then we can have like a this should be connected to the database somehow. So we return all the components from the database and put them in this array here, and then the user picks one, and we know which one to download and create, right? So that's really cool. So now I want to like sort of I want to make a file. So I want to use the touch dependency here. So you can like create the file, create the component, and try to generate that. So I guess I'm gonna wait with. So we want to connect this array to the database, but I'm gonna wait with that for now. So I'm just gonna do it like sort of like get like a proof of concept to work first. So when the user picks a component, we want to create those files, right, and put them in the directory, in the exactly in the current directory. So how does this work? So we can require that one. So I'm doing that, and then we can create a file like this. So file name options, okay. So I don't think we want the options. Is that? Yeah, the options are optional. All right, cool. What's the CB? Or is that the callback or something? It returns a promise. If a callback function is provided, then it's attached to the promise. Okay. So let's do this here. So what we want to do is that we want to store this. Oh, actually, this is not okay. I get it. So we want to store the prompt in that's an object it returns. So let's store that in components. So then we can do loop through that array in there, right? So we can do, okay, so we should do this components, or yeah, components. So like component list maybe, and then we can loop through that, right? So how do you write loops in JavaScript? I don't remember. JavaScript loop, come on. For loops. Give me for loop. Okay, here we go. Okay, so for I equals 0, right? And let's do our component list. And when we do that, so for every component that we have picked, we're going to create a component. So we're going to create a file like that, and options is optional. So I don't think you need those. I think you only need a file name. I think that's a string probably. So file. So let's see if this works. And then we can return the component list, right? So this should create a file for every component that we have picked in the picker, right? So let's do this. So I'm gonna pick those two, and that returned that. And let's see here if we actually made this. Resource directory, no. Did that work? No, I don't think so. Gonna have to check the documentation here. So options. Required that gives you the following functions. Okay, sync. Yeah, we want these. Yeah, we don't want the callback. Let's do the sync one. The async. So when the options are optional, so we can just do that. So now this should work. File. There we go. Now let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna pick those two. So now it should create two files and put them right here somewhere. Did something happen here? Oh yeah, right. No? Lib. It should create the two files here in this directory, right? Options. Force. Okay. Can be... should we do force? Maybe? I want to know if is that a string? Probably, right? Or maybe it's not a string actually. Maybe that's why it's not working. Oh, you know what? Maybe... yeah. Let's just try this and see what happens. Okay. Nothing happened, I think. fours. No. I don't understand. We have the following functions, and we want to create a file. But the thing is, I don't know what type is this. Is it a string? Is it a what? npm touch tutorial or example or something. Example. Node touch. Let me check here. Are they using this touch? All right, so it is a string. So we should be able to do this. So file.js, right? Let's try this. So now it should create two files, right? Two JS files. And it did not work. Creating a git ignore file. Okay. For the next step, we'll create a simple command line wizard to generate a git ignore file. If the user is running our application in an existing project directory, let's show them a list of files and directories already in the current working directory, and allow them to select which ones to ignore. Okay. The inquiry package provides a checkbox input type for just that. So yeah, so we have this already. So first we need to do is a scan. Okay, so I don't want to do the scan. I just want to create a file. So they touch the current gitignore file, bail out of the function. So we should be able to just do that, right? Maybe it's the loop or something that's not working. So we are looping through that list, and for each one I want to create the file. Okay, let's try this. Two files. No. Why isn't it creating files? Yeah, because they have that. Okay. But why isn't that working for me? Okay, weird. But what, you know what I want to do is to have like a command like this. Because now we are running the Node app. So what we want to do is to have like one of those shortcuts, or like I don't know what it's called. Let's just do that for now and just return that. Okay. Actually, maybe let's try to do this and see if it works. Acquire touch. Oh, maybe it's because it should be a constant. Maybe that's the problem. So let's try again. Okay, button, and oh, it worked. Look at that. It created a file. So that's really, really cool. So wow. So now we can do this, right? Like we planned to do. So now we will create a file for each component, right? So we could do like choices, so that's like an object, right? So no, it's an array, right? So it's the right. So we can do component list and I dot JS or something. Let's see if that works. So now it should create files for each one. So let's say we have like that one. And now we try it. So if you pick these two, it should create one button.js and one card.js. Let's see if it did that. It did not do that. Oh, is it because we need to have component list and the I? Oh, right. We need to do this. Okay, now. Okay, one button, one shopping cart. Boom. Did it work? No. Maybe it needs to be like this. So we have to do like it like this maybe. So component list and .js like that. No, wait a second. Oh, I think I know why it didn't work. So this should work now. Let's see. No. Let's just try to do this instead. Var component equals. So this is going to be a string that looks like that. Right? So it adds on the name, then adds on the JS. Then we can do touch component. That did not work either. Why? Component.js. Hello.js. Why isn't that working? Is the JS file wrong or something? Like, or can't it, like, because it did make the git ignore, right? That worked before. But no, it's not working now. It's probably the loop that is like messed up or something. Maybe we can't use that in the loop. Let's try to do hello.js. And button. Now created hello.js. Okay, so that's cool. Button. So what we want to do is we want to add this. We want component list. We want to do component list I and maybe, I don't know. And then we want to do like plus button no dot JS. So we want this to be like a string. So var component equals that. And then we want to do component like that. Right. So if we do component and a 0, we should create one file called button.js. Okay, so that did something at least. Undefined. Okay. All right. Okay, that's why it's not working. So it's undefined. All right. It's not even an array, right? That's because it's not working. Right. That's an object that it returns. Let's see what happens now. Whoa. That's weird. Oh, it actually kind of worked. An object promise. So that returned a promise. Okay. So, right, because that's an object. So we want to hold on a second. Let's just see here. What does that return afterwards? What's going on here? So we put it in array, return component list. Let's see here. So that's an object. So object. Object. And how do I... Okay, right. So components. Right. Right, so this is an object. Component list is an object. So we can do like component list. Can we do dot component? Components. Components. Can we do like this? 0. I don't think so. No. Okay, it's undefined. So it's an object, right? Oh, so can we do... we can do this, right? We can return... Okay. So components, that's the name of it. So we want to return the list. So if I check everything, we get that. So we get components, and then that's an array. Okay. So shouldn't we be able to do components like 0? So we should be able to do components, component list, actually this should be like answer or something, or yeah, answer. Then we could do return answer dot components, and that will return an array, right? Yeah, that returns an array. Okay, cool. So then we should be able to do like this. No? Okay, so is that because it's not defined yet? So we could just do if answer. Then we want to return. No. Okay, so now it returns the ones that we have picked. Return answer dot components. Okay, so for every component, we want to create a file. So now we should be able to loop through this, right? So it's answer dot components. Then we should be able to do a file called like this with I. So we do that, and we do this .js, right? So now it should create one file for every component we pick. And then we can return Then we can check if we have answered. If we want, oh wait, oh let's just check if this works. So let's return answer.components. Right, and then it should create one file for each component we picked. Right, so now we pick these. So we pick 3 components. Now we should create 3 different files. Let's see if it worked. No. Object promise. Maybe we should create a new array here and then do the touch down here. So no, that's not good. I don't know, man. It's like late now as well. It's 9 o'clock. Maybe I should turn off the stream. How long have I been streaming? Also, I've been streaming for 5 hours now, so maybe I should actually end the stream for today. I'm just gonna do some things here. So, right, so the loop does not seem to work. So let's just get rid of that. We can try to do this. Let's try touch, answer, components. Because that worked before, right? This. So we could do answer dot components 0.js, and then we could touch that component. Right. I think it's was the loop that's sort of messed things up. Let's see what this does. Okay, so that's just because, okay, right. So now it will create 3 files, I think. Nope, it did not. Actually, is that an array? Okay, here we go. Now it created an undefined. Okay, so that's just because something is weird. Let's just see so we can, I'm just gonna do this like button and we will return this. So now we create, yes, button.js. Okay, good. So now we can create files at least. So that's a good place to end, I think, this stream. So now we can have a list. Yeah, so now we can ask the user for input, and then we can pick, and then we can create a file. So that's basically what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a bunch of different JS files that are React components that we are going to create, and exactly. So the thing we have to do is to figure out how we can like store everything in an array, or actually we already have an array. We have the answer.components. That's the array. So if we return 0 there, that works exactly. So that's an array there. So so we should be able to I think we should be able to do this. I don't know why that didn't work before. Like that. Is it because that's a string, right? Yeah. Just do it like that. Components 0. And then we touch the component. Let's do the number 2. Right. Let's do all 3 of them. We get all 3. And no, that does not work. I don't know why. It's because it has to be like this. A string. Maybe. Because this is a string, right? Yeah, because that's the button. So we take an empty string and we add that one and that one. Should make sense. No. Anyway. Let's just go back to what we had before. Yeah, so we should be able to do that somehow. But I have to figure out that tomorrow, I think. So I just want to recap so I know where I left things. I want to do, okay. That goes up 2 times. I don't know why that's happening. Is that because it returns? I don't know why it pops up 2 times. Anyway, I'm gonna have to figure out this tomorrow, I think. But we made it pretty far today, because so now we have a command line interface, and we can ask the user what component they want to generate. Then we should have like a list, and that's an array, and we can like hook that up to the database later, so we can have like a bunch of files in the database. So every file will be available here, and then we should be able to basically just copy the file from the database or something. Or yeah, that should work, right? So we want to copy like we want to download the file from the database. Then we want to like touch the file, but so we want to create it, but we want to have the content as well, right? So there's probably some way of creating a file and add content to it somehow, or just copy it maybe from the database and then like copy it and sort of, or make a like a copy of it on but create the copy. Yeah, or download maybe. Maybe we just want to download we don't want to create it, we just want to download it from the database, and then we can like put it somewhere in the directory, in the file directory. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. So yeah, but now we will be able to like we can ask the user which starter app or which component they wanna, what components do you want to create, to scaffold. So now we can like, and then you pick the components, and then for every component you pick, it should create that component and put it in your project. I think that would be really cool actually. So we just have to figure out like the array problem. We have to figure out I'm gonna have to like do some research for this, I think, because we have to we had to figure out how to store like a bunch of JS files in the database, and then we had to figure out how to like make copies of those files and then put them in the local directory for the project that you're using the CLI for. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research there and see if I can sort of figure out some smart way to solve that with. And yeah, but otherwise we are kind of getting pretty far, because the only thing that this command line interface should be able to do is just like generate components. So that's what we have now. So we can create files, JavaScript files, and then we should also be able to create starter apps. And starter apps, it's going to be, I think, more simple than this. The starter apps are just going to be like repositories on GitHub, and we will just like git clone those repositories, and that should be pretty easy, I think. So I think like maybe I can make this work tomorrow. Maybe I can finish this CLI tomorrow, and then when the command line interface is finished, I can start working on actually building all the components and starter apps that you can generate in the CLI. So yeah, so this is like the command line interface is basically like the the thing of the project that will take the least time. You know, building all the components, all the React components that the command line interface is supposed to generate. I think that's gonna take up a lot of time. So, but it's gonna be really fun also to just build a bunch of React components. So yeah, looking forward to it. But I've been streaming now for like yeah, I've been streaming for like almost 5.5 hours. So I'm actually gonna turn off the stream here, and I will probably stream tomorrow afternoon as well. So I guess I will see you. See you tomorrow, and yeah. So in the meantime, take care, and yeah, I will see you in the next stream. All right, bye guys.